Good afternoon. Hope you're having a great weekend. It is Saturday, May 16th, 1:49 p.m. Central Daylight Time, local time here in, I don't know where I'm at. I'm at a way station off of I-40 in Tennessee. I'm not too far east of Memphis. I'm a little ways east of Memphis, probably, I don't know, 30 miles, 20 miles east of Memphis. Ooh, I want to figure out what my weight is. We'll get to see exactly what my weights are. The weigh station's closed. My back tires are not all the way on the scale. So I would have to go through again or like back up or something. I didn't get all the way on the scale. I was curious what my axle weights were, but if I wasn't planning on going onto the scale. If I was, I would have made that turn a little bit different, a little bit wider to try to get onto the scale. So I stopped there for almost 6 hours, 5 hours, 5.5 hours, 5 hours and 40 minutes. I forget the exact amount of time, but it was somewhere between 5 and 6 hours. I think it was close to 6 hours. That I was parked there. And if you weren't following, the driving video from earlier, I just felt tired. I felt like I was going to fall asleep. And this is like the second or third time it's happened to me. I've been on I've gotten very little sleep since I left the house. I tried to flip my sleep schedule for the last couple of days I was at home. And I was basically living on naps while I was at home. And then since I've been out in the truck, I've been living on naps. And I've been feeling really tired while I'm driving. I've been having issues with keeping my eyes open. But then I pull over and I crawl into bed, and all of a sudden I'm wide awake. And that's a situation I just ran into. I just laid in bed for almost 6 hours trying to fall asleep, and I couldn't fall asleep. I might have dozed off for maybe a couple of minutes, 2 or 3 times. But it looks like I'm probably going to be able to catch up on my sleep this weekend because the agent did not get me a load and also did not find out if the place I'm delivering is 24/7. I went and I looked up Google reviews on the place, and it says it is 24/7, but they have a couple of different shipping and receiving things. So they have tire loads, and then they have raw material loads, and I'm doing a raw material load. And there's different processes for the two things. But my loads are drop and hook, so I should be able to do it 24/7 as long as the security is open 24/7. The only issue I might run into is somebody might not be there to sign for it, but I don't think that's going to be a problem. So yeah, I was not able to sleep, so I got up and decided to keep on driving, and I don't have anywhere to go after I deliver this load. I'm 228 miles away, so roughly 4 hours. So I'll just go deliver this load and then try to find a place to park. And then I'm probably going to be setting through the weekend. This is what I was afraid of. And traffic going the other direction is really, really bad. Traffic going this direction is pretty bad as well. I'm just in between packs. Now I'm regretting trying to take a nap. I would be done with the load right now, and it would be really easy for me to find a parking spot. Whereas now, whenever I finish the load, I'm going to be looking for a parking spot at around 7 p.m. It's going to be a lot harder to find a spot. And hopefully we're not going to do too much mountain driving. I can't remember where the mountain driving starts. I want to say the mountain driving doesn't start until you get past Nashville. And I'm not going past Nashville. And I still haven't eaten anything except potato chips and peanut butter wafer bars. So since I've left the house, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, over the last 3 days, the only thing I've eaten is a bag of sour cream and cheddar Ripple Great Value brand potato chips. And chocolate and peanut butter wafer bars, Great Value brand. I've had 2 packages of the chocolate bars, and there's 2 of them in each package, so 4 total chocolate wafer bars, and I've eaten 3/4 of a bag of potato chips. That's all I've had to eat for the last 3 days. Once I deliver the load, I'll probably cook something. Why do you feel the need to come over so close in front of me? People come over like 50 feet in front of me all the time. And if I come over less than like 150 feet in front of somebody, everybody starts acting like drama queens. They'll change lanes and like if I come over anything less than 150 feet on somebody else, they act like it's the end of the world. Oh, that guy just got cut off. Oh, and Allied's going to cut him off. They're both. Oh my goodness. Those three trucks are nut to butt. I hope there's somewhere to park close by the Goodyear place because I have no idea which direction I'm going to be going. I don't want to travel like 40 miles in the wrong direction. These rolling hills are getting bigger. This is not a good sign. I hope I'm not going to be doing mountain driving. That is going to crush my fuel mileage, as if it's not already bad. You would think the high fuel prices would cause fewer people to be driving, but we just haven't hit high enough yet. We'll get there. There is no end in sight to the disruption, and we're only 1 to 2 months away from the actual shortages starting. I hope that the government doesn't have the fantasy idea of just like hope is a strategy. I hope that the government, like, that's all I can do is hope. Like, I don't have any direct action I can take. So my strategy is hope in this matter. But I hope that the government strategy is not hoping that this issue gets resolved before we have actual shortages. Because the government doesn't seem to be doing anything to prepare for shortages. Like, there's a lot of things the government should be doing to prepare for what's happening. And the only thing I can think of as to why they wouldn't be preparing is either optics, they're just worried about how it would be perceived. If they start making preparations, then that signals to everyone that it looks like the government is preparing for this to be a long-term issue. That would contradict what Trump's been saying since the war started. Israel, supposedly, the reason Trump was saying that we'd won the war after like day 2 was because Israel told him that the attack on Iran would end the war within 4 days. I don't know if that's true, but that's the information I've heard recently. I mean, that's what I've always suspected. That's what I've been talking about in my videos. Israel talked him into doing this, and Israel probably told him that this would, you knock out their leadership and the people would rise up and take over the government. Knock out these military targets and knock out the leadership, and then the people will rise up. That appears to have been our big plan based off of everything I saw. And I've heard confirmation recently that that was the plan, and Israel is the one that told Trump that plan would work in 4 days. This is the reason it pisses me off to have a foreign government advising our president, especially a foreign government like intelligence officer, because their motives are completely different than ours. Israel's motivation is genocide in the Middle East. They have this greater Israel plan where they basically want all the Middle East to be Israel. And genocide is how they're doing it. And they want the United States to help them out. They've been trying to get the U.S. drawn into Middle East conflicts for decades. So it appears that either they are hoping the issue just gets resolved somehow before we have shortages, or they're just afraid to do anything for optic reasons. I think it's one of those two things. And I don't see a situation where this is going to get resolved before we start actually having shortages. If they were doing their damn job, instead of treating this everything like a reality TV show, where it's just all about impression, putting on a show, then right now what they should be doing in preparation is putting out public notices, not like forcing people, but asking people and businesses to reduce travel, to reduce fuel consumption. Like, ask businesses to allow people to work from home if necessary, if they're able, businesses that can have a remote workforce, ask businesses to start implementing that kind of stuff. Ask people to, restrict long distance travel. I mean, we're at the point right now where you can just simply ask the people to please cut back a little, to extend our reserves. You wait much longer and it's not going to be optional. The government's just going to have to mandate restrictions. And the longer you wait, the harsher those restrictions are going to have to be. And then with farming, they need to do something about farming right now. We can't wait until farmers have severely reduced crop yields. That's something that needs to be very preemptive. Farmers have a planting season coming up in, I don't know, roughly 3 months or so. And they need to get some kind of farm subsidy in place to help farmers out and get them to plant as much as possible. If the government doesn't do anything preemptively, then it's just going to... there are things that can be done to mitigate the issues. Our government has already shown an extreme level of incompetence on this whole Iran issue. And I hope that they don't continue that incompetence by not preparing for sorry, I'm getting my tropical punch out of the refrigerator. By not preparing for I remembered to refill my tropical punch this time. So now I have a nice full container of cold tropical punch. Has been sitting in there for like 5 hours, so it's nice and cold. There's a lot of things the government can do right now to mitigate the effects of this supply chain disruption. You can't completely stop the effects from happening, but you could at least mitigate them. And the faster you get started, sorry, I'm watching cars coming around me. The faster you get started mitigating, then the bigger impact small mitigations will have. And something, some people have already started talking about is like what the government's doing is the opposite of mitigating. With Trump manipulating the oil markets, the financial markets, the futures, with Trump manipulating that market, he's kept oil and fuel prices much lower than they should be. Oil prices should be around $200 a barrel right now, and they're only around $100 because of market manipulation. And that's making the problem much worse because it's keeping fuel prices low, and people are consuming large amounts of fuel, which means we're going to go through our reserves faster. If oil is at $200 a barrel right now, I'm not sure how accurate this is. Damn it. There's a crash causing a 10-minute delay, says Google. Hopefully it's cleared up by the time I get there, but I doubt it. With the amount of traffic on the road, if we go down to single lane, it could cause like a 20-mile backup. So, looks like the crash is not too far away. It's maybe, I don't know, it's hard to tell. If I had to guess, I'd say 10 miles. But yeah, what I heard is that fuel prices typically go up by 25 cents for every $10 of oil. Every $10 of oil increase is 25 cents at the pump. So, right now, fuel should be about $2.50 a gallon more than what it is, if that is true. I heard somebody in an interview say that recently. But that doesn't correlate with what I've seen. We saw fuel prices go up by like $3 a gallon over a $40 a barrel oil increase. That was on the West Coast. How much has it gone up over here? I was paying about $2.20 for fuel at the cheapest places, and now I'm paying about $4.20. So yeah, it's been about $2 a gallon. Dumbass four-wheeler. Just going to ride it out in the right lane. Do you think there's a reason I changed lanes, you idiot? I'm just going to move right over in front of this dumbass four-wheeler. They're taking the exit. That's the reason they didn't change lanes. You're still supposed to change lanes or slow down, four-wheeler. You didn't do either. So yeah, the 25 cents for every 10 gallons is not adding up, because that would have been 25 cents times 4. That would have been $1 a gallon increase. And we've seen at a minimum $2 a gallon increase, going from $60 a barrel to $100 a barrel. It's been double. It's been more like 50 cents for every $10 in oil. Every $10 increase in oil has been about 50 cents a gallon. Or no, not 50 cents. Yeah, about 50 cents a gallon. So at 50 cents a gallon, that would be $5, going from $100 to $200 a barrel. Fuel would go up by $5 a gallon. Oh, sweet. Western Express is exiting. I was just about to hit my brakes and have to fight for an opening over to the left to get around them. I was trying to get out there, and that white SUV whipped out from behind me right when I was about to put my turn signal on. Flew out from behind me and blocked me from getting over. These four-wheelers are moving so fast. Every time there's an opening, I have like a quarter mile of opening, and then 10 seconds later, there's a four-wheeler right there. So yeah, we're probably going to see diesel is probably going to go up by $5 a gallon. So right now it's around $5.60 a gallon approximately in the central part of the country. It's probably going to get over $10 a gallon by July. It's probably going to be upwards, somewhere in the ballpark of $10 a gallon by July. But it's really hard to tell. The financial markets are emotion-based. They're not tied to reality, so they can do anything. But even though that's the case, they tend to move with the flow of oil. What will end up happening most likely is something's going to happen. Some piece of news is going to come out, and the oil markets, the investors, the financial people in the oil markets will realize that oil is priced incorrectly. It's way too low, and then there will be a dramatic correction. Something that's happening right now that is just stupid beyond belief, and the government is bragging about it. Is we are selling oil to countries that are missing out on oil from the Strait of Hormuz closure. There are countries coming over here to buy oil from the United States. Now, that sounds awesome, right? We're making money, we're selling oil, but we are using our strategic reserves right now. We should not be selling extra oil to other countries when we are using our strategic reserves. That is crazy. That is just a baffling level of stupidity. That's like living beyond your means, like not being able to pay your bills and having to live on your credit card, and all your buddies are in the same situation, and you invite them all over to live at your house, and you're going to take care of them. That's just stupid. So we're going through our strategic reserves faster than normal because of all of the countries coming over to the U.S. buying oil from us that don't normally buy oil from us. And our politicians are proud of that. I just cannot. I wish we had a better way of selecting leaders. I think that we need to get rid of the two-party system. It should be illegal to have political parties. Like, any type of organizing structure aside from the government for politicians should be illegal. Politicians should be beholden to the country and no other organization. We need to make a constitutional amendment to ban politicians from being a member of any organization that influences their voting or their job as a politician. And I would include religion in that. I would not exempt religion from that, because we have way too many politicians that are extremist religion people that are doing things that are like part of their cult beliefs that are not in the best interest of this country. We're dealing with that right now with this war in Iran, is we have a lot of these Christian Zionists who feel it's their duty to help Israel, and they're willing to sacrifice the United States for Israel. So yeah, even religious organizations should be exempted. Politicians shouldn't be allowed to be a part of any organization that influences their decision making. There's already, I think I've touched on this in previous videos, there's already a bunch of conspiracy theories floating around about this hantavirus. And we have some medical experts, which our medical profession is not as knowledgeable as they like to think they are. We're not far removed from bleeding people out. But we have medical experts that are saying that there's nothing to worry about with the hantavirus. It's very hard for it to transmit. It's a very deadly virus, but with first world medical treatment, the death rate is really low. It's like, I think, less than 5%. But without proper treatment, the death rate is like around, I think it's like 38% or something. But as long as you have a hospital to treat your symptoms, because that's what normally kills you, is your body's response. So that's how the hospital keeps you alive, is it is just minimizing the symptoms. So we have a lot of medical professionals that are saying that The hantavirus is nothing to worry about. It's very hard to transmit. It's, like AIDS level transmission. You have to have really close contact with somebody to get it. And then there are other medical professionals that are saying that that's not true with this strain. They think it's a mutated strain and it's highly transmissible. And I've heard things about people that had no bodily fluid contact and they caught it. I don't know how true that is. But there's a lot of contradicting information coming out about the hantavirus. And there's always virus breakouts on like cruise ships. Those things are nasty. I think there's always stuff happening on cruise ships. For them to be making a really big story out of it, it must fit into their agenda some way. And I talked about this in previous videos, that our fuel shortage might get so bad that they shut things down, similar to the lockdowns we had in 2020 for the Wuhan virus. And if you trust the government, then look at what happened with the Wuhan virus. It started in Wuhan province in China, or I think it's Wuhan city in the Hubei province. It started right next to a biolab. And before it even made major news in the United States, there was already a conspiracy theory that it was a lab leak from Wuhan because it resembled SARS and it looked like a version of SARS that was probably being used in a lab to create a vaccine. And the government knew that day one. They knew that it was most likely a lab leak day one. And they ridiculed people who were saying that it was a lab leak. They were threatening to fine people and put people in prison and stuff like that were saying that it was a lab leak. And they knew for a fact that it was a lab leak. And it's come out that it was a lab leak. They're almost 100% certain that it was a lab leak. And that information is not getting out to the public. And there's absolutely zero accountability from our government. I've heard rumor that they're going to try to do something to Fauci because he was apparently he played a large role in the disinformation campaign around the Wuhan virus. And supposedly he knew that it was a lab leak. He was a medical doctor that was forcing everyone in the country to wear spit masks for an airborne virus. Spit masks do not help with airborne viruses at all. Zero. None. And people were losing their jobs because they weren't willing to wear masks. That were completely worthless against the Wuhan virus. They did nothing. And they were mandating that we did something. And people were stupid enough to just go along with it. You had so many people defending it. Just the ignorant masses that don't understand anything. They're just dumb. And the vaccines did absolutely nothing. The vaccines were worthless. And there were people who lost their lives taking the vaccines. The vaccines had some very negative side effects. There were people that died from the vaccines. They suppressed that information. And the vaccines actually provided zero benefit. They claimed a lot of things, but none of it was true. They claimed that if you had the vaccine, that you didn't have to wear a mask because now you couldn't transmit the virus. That was not true. And then once, it came out publicly that wasn't true, that they were lying about that, then they started making up the bullshit that, it reduces symptoms. It didn't do that either. The Wuhan virus was, holy shit, that one of the trucks up in front of me just whipped the hell out of there. Somebody jerks the truck like that, they can roll over, and they're still drifting all over the place. Are they playing with their phone, or are they drunk, or what? But yeah, it was an experimental, untested vaccine. And if I remember correctly, it was an mRNA vaccine, which I think, I'm not like a virologist or geneticist. I'm not an expert on what I'm talking about, so I could be completely wrong on what I'm saying. But I think the type of vaccine, the mRNA, has the ability to edit your DNA. And it was just this completely experimental vaccine that was untested. It takes years of testing for a vaccine to see if it actually does anything, to see if it works, and to see what the side effects are. They didn't do any of that. And the data that I've seen from people who are supposedly experts was that the vaccine provided no benefit at all. There were just a small number of people that died or had complications with the vaccine. So you were at much higher risk taking the vaccine than not taking the vaccine. But anyway, that's enough ranting about the Wuhan virus. They may use this hantavirus as an excuse to implement lockdowns for the purpose of reducing fuel usage. That's something I talked about in previous videos that they might do. Because one of the main things that they could do to reduce fuel usage is to just tell people, hey, we're shutting down all recreational activities. We're shutting down all movie theaters, bowling alleys, you know, everything that's not necessary. Just things that are purely for entertainment purposes, we're just shutting it all down to reduce, travel, to reduce fuel usage. Well, how well would that go over with the people? Because you have the business owners that own those establishments, that's going to put them out of business. And then you have the employees that work there, that's, affecting their livelihood. And then you have the people that want to watch a movie, they're going to complain. I want to watch a movie, or I want to go golf, or I want to whatever.
There's an 8-minute slowdown caused by crashes on I-40 East in 4 miles.
All right, in 4 miles. 4 miles, we come up on the crash. But it's showing as an 8-minute delay now. It was a 10-minute delay earlier, so it sounds like the traffic might be clearing from the crash. So yeah, it would be very difficult for them to implement, a shutdown of all unnecessary businesses, entertainment stuff, to reduce travel, to reduce fuel use. But if they could come up with an excuse like a virus to do it, it would be a lot easier to sell to the people. Because I'm not even sure that the federal government can shut down recreational activities for the purpose of fuel. The government does have the ability to shut stuff down for like pandemics, for viruses and stuff like that. And if they just rely on states to do it, we saw how that worked out in 2020. That wouldn't reduce fuel usage. That would probably increase fuel usage because you'd have people driving to other states to watch movies and stuff. And yes, people would do it. People did it during the lockdowns. There were some states that had more strict lockdowns than others. And people would drive to other states. During the lockdowns, there was a lot of interstate traffic. The interstates were busier than normal. And, all right, I'm starting to see brake lights. I'm going to go ahead and turn my cruise off. Get ready to start braking. Everybody else around here is using Google Maps just like I am. And they all know that we're coming up on a crash. And instead of slowing down, all these assholes are trying to hurry up and get to the front of the line. Everybody's driving like a maniac. Look at these dumbasses. No, we're all just moved over to the left lane so that you can pass everybody, you fucking moron. Look at these stupid jackasses. Special little snowflakes. We're moving pretty good. We are in the area where Google says that it's stopped traffic. All the people behind me are just sitting in the left lane behind me. We don't have anybody hopping out in the right being special. All right, can these people see something around the corner that I can't see? People are slowing down. Yeah. Great. We got all these people passing on the right. Monkey see, monkey do. One person does it, and then you have like 10 more do it. And now all these people that are passing are trying to get back over to the right. Looks like we have one pickup out there that's trying to block all the people from passing on the right. Yeah, there's a pickup up there with their four ways on, pacing alongside somebody, blocking people from passing on the right. But yeah, that right lane is completely full now. Let's see how far ahead the accident is. We can see pretty far ahead right now. All I see is bumper to bumper up ahead. These stupid jackasses just weaving through traffic. We haven't even made it to the accident yet. Google's saying that it's only a 1-minute delay. I don't believe that. Here comes another one of these dumbasses. I'm not going to tailgate to try to stop stupid people from doing stupid stuff. That's playing the stupid games. And here, all these damn cars over in the right lane are now getting over here in the damn left. All right, we're moving really good now. Traffic just sped up a lot. You have to be really careful because these four-wheelers can accelerate quickly and then they can decelerate quickly. So in this kind of traffic, you get into a situation where traffic is completely stopped and these guys will just like take off and get up to 60 miles an hour and then bam, we're in stop traffic again, like what's happening right now. And there goes one of the dumbass four-wheelers jumping back over the right lane, just weaving through traffic because they're special. And I have to keep an eye on this Pam. This Pam is being very aggressive. I have a bad feeling that they're going to try to cut me off. So I'm trying not to leave enough space for them to do that. Oh my God, these four-wheelers are still just going back and forth between the lanes. All right. I see a truck on the shoulder down at the bottom of this hill. Is that maybe the accident? Everybody's moving out of the right lane into the left lane around where that truck is at. So that might be where the accident is. Or that could have just been somebody that broke down while they were waiting in this mess. The hell is going on? If we're going like 30 miles an hour, oh, there's a vehicle. All right, I think this is the accident. Is the right lane open or not? It looks like it's open. You guys don't need to change lanes if we're going 20 miles an hour. It's move over or slow down. It's not both. These jackasses just forcing their way over. You don't need to move over, you morons. So it looks like the accident is clear. We just have stupid people doing stupid things. What is this idiot doing? Lucky Wheels flew past me. He's got his rookie light on. And now he's going to dip in between us. We're pretty damn close together. Why wouldn't you continue passing, Lucky Wheels? Why would you slow down and then cut in front of me? All right, we got 160 miles to go. That backup wasn't that bad. Traffic was moving pretty good through there, and it would have been moving really well if dumbasses weren't moving over where that cop was at. If the lane is wide open, the cops are not blocking the lane, they're parked on the shoulder, and you're doing 20 miles an hour, you don't need to change lanes for the cop. You don't need to cut traffic off and almost cause an accident changing lanes for a cop when you're going 50, 60 miles an hour below the speed limit. It's move over or slow down. It's not cut people off at 20 miles an hour to change lanes. All right, I forgot what we were talking about. Well, what I was saying is the government might lie about the hantavirus to give them an excuse to do lockdowns on recreational stuff. The same we did during the 2020 lockdowns. Maybe not to that extreme. In the 2020 lockdowns, it was more than just recreational. Like grocery stores, you couldn't have more than a certain number of people in a store at a time, and like even businesses couldn't have over a certain number of people inside the business at a time, and stuff like that. It is insane how much, like, we are still dealing with the ramifications, the repercussions of the 2020 lockdowns. And it turns out that the Wuhan virus was less lethal than the common seasonal flu. And there were people, like, it's the 2020 Wuhan virus lockdowns was a great example of how stupid people are. There were a lot of people that I interacted with that were just completely, like 100% sold with everything the government was telling them. And they would get violent, like extremely confrontational with anyone that questioned anything the government said. And anyone that was not obeying the government, mandates or suggestions or rules. Like, you had people that would just, like, man, dumb on a level that's hard to comprehend. Like, I remember going and getting medical exams, and the little urgent care center just being anal about everybody wearing masks. And I said, I thought you guys were medical professionals. Aren't you guys aware that spit masks don't help with viruses? Why are you going along with this mask mandate? Why is it such a big deal? Like, why are you promoting this? And they would not say a word. Like, a medical doctor. You know, it's not always a medical doctor. Sometimes it's a physician's assistant or a nurse that does the medical exams. But I remember as a medical doctor, and he had like 3 masks on because he did not have a virus mask. All he had were spit masks because there was a shortage of antiviral masks, which are a special kind of mask. Like, the majority of masks that medical professionals wear, they're just spit masks. Those little disposable masks they were handing out to everybody, those are just spit masks. They do nothing against viruses. So this doctor is wearing like 3 spit masks, which does nothing. And I'm asking him why, like, he's doing that. Like, why are you, like, you are supposed to be a professional. Like, you're supposed to be an expert on this. And I was wearing an N95 mask, which is an antiviral mask. I have several boxes of N95 masks. I bought like a package of 6 boxes or something of them 10 or 15 years ago to wear whenever I'm cleaning my fireplace to keep, the little ash particles from getting in my lungs. So whenever the lockdowns happened, I had tons of antiviral, like virus masks, N95 masks. So I'm wearing an N95 mask. This dumbass doctor is wearing 3 spit masks. And I'm asking him, why are you guys enforcing this mask thing? Why are you so, like, anal about it and telling people they can't come in and making them sit outside and check in outside and they can't come in unless they have a mask on? And you're allowing people to come in with basically just pulling their shirt over their face. Like, that does nothing against an airborne virus. and you're just going along with this. And he would not say a word. He wouldn't respond to it. He did ask me if I was wearing an N95 mask, and I said yeah, and he got really, really mad whenever he found out I was wearing an N95 mask. He looked at my mask and he said, "Is that an N95 mask?" And I said, "Yeah." And like his face got red. Like he was wearing 3 spit masks, so I couldn't see his whole face. But what little of his face I could see, it got red. Like he got mad because there was a shortage of N95 masks. That's the reason this moron was wearing 3 spit masks, is because he couldn't get an N95, and here I was wearing one. So I had a mask that he couldn't get that actually did protect against viruses. He might as well have been wearing a feather in his hat with his virus protection mask. It would provide about the same level of protection. And then I was calling him out on how stupid he was. Yeah, he was not happy with me. But I played their games. The one game that I would not play during the lockdowns was the vaccine. I am not putting that kind of experimental shit in my body. I'll wear a mask. Yeah, it's stupid. It doesn't make any sense. But it doesn't hurt me. A vaccine could hurt me. That could have an effect on me the rest of my life, and I was not about to allow them to put some experimental vaccine in my body. But millions and millions of people did. And we still don't know what effect that's going to have on everybody. But I have a really bad feeling that they could try to do lockdowns again with this hantavirus. And what they're going to think is, oh, the pharmaceutical companies are going to make a fortune off of it like they did during the Wuhan virus. And they have supposedly, magically, out of thin air, produced a hantavirus vaccine. Right when we have a hantavirus outbreak, the pharmaceutical companies, the hantavirus has been around for a very long time, and then just magically when we have this outbreak, they announce that they have a vaccine. So it would be many billions of dollars in revenue for the pharmaceutical companies. And it would allow the government to implement restrictions to save fuel. Going down a pretty steep grade. And traffic is thick, so I want to keep quite a bit of space. I'm down to 60 miles an hour. All right, we're about to start going on flat land and uphill. I'm starting to catch up with the trucks in front of me because apparently they can't tell what's uphill and what's downhill. I don't want to get out in the left lane passing because I'm pretty sure these trucks are going to speed up. They're just really confused right now. They think they're doing mountain driving or something. All right. I'm just going to go ahead and go out for the pass. They can figure their shit out. I'm not going to sit back here doing 60 miles an hour. If they speed up, I'll move back over. If not, I'll pass them. This GSC is probably about to jump out and pass this truck in front of him. He's just been sitting there behind that truck for a long time, but now that I'm coming up to pass, I got to watch out for him because he's sped up. Now he's tailgating that truck like he's wanting to get around him. And yeah, both of these trucks have sped up. Just going to stay out here in the left lane because there's a long line of cars behind me and we're coming up on really slow traffic. If I move over to the right lane, I'm going to get stuck behind these slow construction vehicles. Great. Just wait till the last second and then pull out in front of me.
There's construction ahead.
We're going up a steep grade. I'm doing 60 miles an hour. And I'm barely passing the pickup, the slow pickup. I don't like this truck in front of me. It flew by me earlier going really fast. And now it's slow. We've got some road edges, some lines that are grabbing my steers and trying to jerk the truck around. A 140 miles to go. That's the end of the construction. At least they put a sign up. A lot of these construction sites, they're putting up construction speed limits and construction rules, and then they're not bothering to put like end construction signs. In a second here, there's a box truck coming on. What is it gonna do? What in the hell is happening here? Oh my goodness. Just forced its way onto the road. Yeah, that's what I would have done. Just fucking pull out in front of traffic. Because, you know, you have the right of way when you're merging on, right? That's how it works, right? And then the dumbass hauling the blue trailer forced his way over into the left lane because, you know, he has the right to move over in front of another car because somebody's moving over in front of him, right? It's this cascade of stupidity. Why are you moving over in front of me? Somebody on the shoulder. Why in the hell did this car get between me and the box truck? What in the shit is going on? Are they traveling together? Did this car merge on behind the box truck or something? Well, the good thing is I should be able to completely bypass Nashville. Nashville has this Interstate 840 bypass. Which I should be hitting in 31 miles. That goes way around the city. Well, the good thing about that box truck and that four-wheeler slowing me down is that it allowed that blue truck to get way up ahead. He's out there hauling ass again. Nope, that four-wheeler was not traveling with the box truck. They were just getting in the right lane really early for their exit. I suspect traffic is going to die down quite a bit once I get onto the 840. I hope it does. So the box truck caught up with a slow van, and it's not passing, it's just sitting behind it. The four-wheeler caught up with the box truck. It's not passing, it's just sitting behind it. Is everybody going to jump out in front of me as I'm passing? Right, let's speed up a little bit so we don't give this box truck enough room to get stupid and cut me off. Now the van is speeding up. And we're catching up with slow vehicle pulling a trailer. The van does not like being passed by a truck. It's sped up quite a bit. I sped up to 70 to get around faster, and the van is almost speed matching me at 70. The van was doing about 60 miles an hour, and it's sped up to almost 70 to try to keep me from passing. So we're going to stay out here until we get around this pickup pulling the trailer. Or not. That pickup is speeding up. Don't you just love how, like, I haven't completed passing the van yet, because the van has sped up to 70 and is just locking me out here in the left lane. Now the van just backed off.
There are police reported ahead.
This guy hauling the trailer has sped up. This is what really sucks about like trying to pass in one of these trucks. And it's not just in these trucks, it's just exaggerated in these trucks because people do this when I'm driving my car as well. When I go out to pass, they speed up. They don't just do this to trucks, they do it to everybody. But in a truck, since we have such poor acceleration, it has a bigger impact on us. A car speeding up by just 2 or 3 miles an hour can make it to where we can't pass them. And this asshole was doing 60 miles an hour, and now he's doing 70. I'm doing 72 trying to get around him. You may ask, why not just fall back in behind him? Because he's sped up. Well, when I get behind this moron, he'll slow down. Now he's matching my speed at 71, just sitting alongside me. Now he's slowed back down. I'm almost caught back up with the blue trailer trying to get around these idiots. Like, if you're going to do 60, do 60. You do 60 when I'm behind you, and then I go to pass you, and you're doing 70 miles an hour. Now the pickup hauling the trailer has slowed way down. It's already like 600 feet behind me, and I'm already back down to 65, and it's way behind me. I can't stand people who do that crap. Well, that burned off 6 minutes or 6 miles. We were, I think, 27 miles away. Now we're 21 miles away from 840. Took me like 6 miles to get around those two vehicles. The slow van and then the slow pickup hauling the trailer. And now the box truck that I was behind earlier has sped up and is caught up with me. "20 miles. We're hitting some pretty big hills, but I don't think the mountains really start until the other side of Nashville. As much as I like automatics, I wish the trucking industry never would have transitioned to automatics. Because it just made it a lot easier to get a CDL. The turnover in CDL school and the turnover in trucking, I think it was all a lot higher back when we had manual transmissions. And there was a significant difference in skill level of drivers driving across mountains. Drivers that couldn't shift very well. Oh my goodness. You would have people quit trucking the first time they had to drive over a mountain in a manual. Now with automatics and the driving test being something that somebody can memorize, where it's just three different maneuvers that somebody just memorizes, pull up to here, turn the wheel all the way to the right, pull here, turn the wheel all the way to the left, pull here. It's just a series of movements. They don't really know how to do it. They just memorize the movements for that particular maneuver. And that kind of crap is how we get people in the truck stops that can't straight back. I think the number of accidents at the truck stop has gone up dramatically. $119 miles, 14 miles to the I-840, the Nashville bypass. Trucks are a lot better now than they were 20 years ago. I'll give you an example. 20 years ago, whenever the engine RPMs would get up high, the truck would pull really hard with the spin of the engine. Like the truck would lean and pull when the RPMs got high. The truck doesn't do that anymore. I'm not sure what part they added to the trucks to offset that torque. Just a second here. This guy almost came into my lane. What else has changed with the trucks? Well, I can't really speak for the engines and the differentials and stuff like that because I haven't driven like several different trucks. You know, mine is not a company truck, so it's spec different than mega carriers. So, and the only mega carrier trucks I drove were with USA Truck. Their trucks pulled hills and mountains really well. Like they had high horsepower. I don't remember what their differential was, what their gear ratio was, but their trucks pulled really well. 20 years ago, I drove for Swift and Conway, and their trucks pulled like absolute garbage. Like they were so low horsepower, high gear ratio, or yeah, high. Was it high or low gear? It's low gear ratio. Low is what makes it flat land. High, it makes it good for pulling mountains. So they were really low gear ratio and really low horsepower trucks. They were gutless. Like Swift trucks could not pull mountains worth a damn. They just spec'd them out for flat land. And even in flat land areas, you're almost never driving on flat land in these trucks. Even places that look flat are not flat. So to spec these trucks out for flat land is just stupid. We don't drive on flat land. And the other company I drove for was some small carrier that basically had a truck that was spec'd out like an owner-op. It had high horsepower. I don't know what the gear ratio was, but it pulled mountains really, really well. So it wasn't necessarily the trucks, but the way they spec the trucks out. And I'm not sure if Swift changed how they spec their trucks. Yeah, way to go. Get into an accident there, super stupid. Just impatient, little unique people. We're all just NPCs in their world. 6 miles until the 840. I am really regretting stopping because this is going to make it difficult to do a 34. That extra 6 hours is going to make a big difference on how hard it will be to do a 34. I might have to end up waiting to leave on Monday to finish a 34, because if I come up like 5 hours short on a 34, I'll probably just set for 5 hours and wait for the 34 to end. That way I'm not going to be running on recaps next week. Recaptured hours. I think Covenant has some kind of headlight sensor. Because when they went underneath that bridge, their taillights came on, and then a few seconds after they got out from underneath the bridge, their taillights went off. I run with my lights on 24/7. Traffic is getting really bad. It's bumper to bumper both lanes behind me as far as I can see. And then in front of me, it's getting thick. I'm hoping everybody's staying on I-40. .2 miles.
In 2 miles, use the right 2 lanes to take exit 176 for I-40 East for Knoxville, Franklin.
Go, do it. You know you're going to do it. Do it. There you go. Pass everybody on the right. Go, 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 go. Think that SUV is going to let them pass. Yep, they cut the SUV off. All right, we're looking for an exit speed. I don't know if this is going to be a full speed exit or not.
2 lanes to take exit 176.
Well, it looks like the majority of people kept on I-40, so that's good. All right, I slowed down to 58, but I haven't seen a sign that has an exit speed, so it should be a full speed exit, whatever the speed limit is. The only time that they should put up an exit speed is if the suggested speed is below the speed limit. All right, this lane's probably going to end shortly, but we'll stay in it until I see a sign that says it's ending. There's the sign. Yeah, traffic's a lot better. 104 miles to go. So the rumor I've been hearing is that they're preparing for military operations. Since the ceasefire has happened, which it hasn't really been a ceasefire, there has been fire exchanged during the ceasefire, but everybody's just pretending that we have a ceasefire in place. So there's been limited exchange of fire. It hasn't been like full scale. And ever since the ceasefire, the United States has been pouring a lot of resources into the region. There's been a lot more resources, a lot more munitions, aircraft. I'm not sure what all, but I've heard that there's been a lot of stuff moved into the region. Now, I don't know if that is because they're planning, more military operations, or if that's just a local military leader moving assets into place. Because military leaders have the authority to move assets around and to prepare for possible missions. So who knows who is directing all of these resources to be moved around. But given the amount of resources that I've heard and the distances that they're moving, I would suspect that it's coming from up on high, like President, Secretary of Defense, Joint Chiefs level. I don't think local military has the authority to move that many resources over those distances. And I've heard rumor that the war could restart as early as Monday. And I have a bad feeling that they're going to go through with their plan to knock out Iran's power grid. because that is what Israel wants to do. Up to this point, everything we've done has been what Israel wanted us to do. So I don't see why we should expect the script to change. Even though everything Israel has told Trump has been wrong. Got somebody on the side of this vehicle, but they're pretty far off the road, and I've got cars alongside me. If the war, oh my goodness, that was a big bump. That'll straighten your back out, or it won't. If the war resumes on Monday, and, well, just the war resuming will make oil prices go up. But if they attack power grids, we could see a dramatic increase in oil prices in a short amount of time. Fuel could shoot up quite a bit. Like, I think it would be absolutely stupid for us to attack Iran's power grid. It's really, it would be so stupid, it's hard to imagine that we would actually do it. But we've done a lot of stupid things up to this point. Why would we expect the script to change? And I've talked about this several times. The likely scenario of attacking Iran's power grid is Iran would retaliate by attacking power grids throughout the Middle East, and they would likely shut down the Strait of Bab el-Mandab using the Houthis out of Yemen. Hezbollah in Lebanon would likely increase their attacks. If there's anything remaining in Gaza or the whatever the other part of the Palestine is called, the West Bank or whatever, like I think if that were to happen, Iran would just, all restraint would be gone. Like right now, Iran has restrained themselves, and there's a lot of escalation potential that they have not used. I think that they would use all of their escalation potential if we knocked out their power grid. They would likely cut the data cables, the sea cables that connect the Middle East to the rest of the world. And if they're able to successfully knock out Israel's power grid, Israel could retaliate with a nuclear weapon. I would say that there's like an 80 to 90% chance Israel would retaliate with a nuclear weapon if Iran knocked out their power grid. And when I say knocked out, I mean destroy. They're like destroy the power infrastructure. Like if they hit something, some power substation that just caused a short-term power outage, no, I don't think that's going to be a nuclear weapon. But if they hit like the power station itself, which I think Israel's nuclear power, I think their main power station is nuclear. If Iran hits that thing, I think that Israel could retaliate with nuclear weapons. I think it's a high possibility. Israel is extremely aggressive. I've said it before several times. If I had to bet my life on which country, just a second here, this SUV in front of me just whipped their vehicle back and forth really hard. If I had to bet my life on which country would launch the next nuclear weapon at another country, it would be Israel. They are the most aggressive country in the world. So yeah, we could have that escalation ladder happen on Monday, from what I'm hearing. There are some ex-military officers like Daniel Davis. I think it's Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. He used to be a lieutenant colonel. He's retired. He has a lot of sources in the military, a lot of people that he knows, and he's hearing that we're preparing for an attack that could happen as early as Monday. He has a podcast, Daniel Davis Deep Dive, with Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. I think that's his podcast. There's another retired colonel that he doesn't have his own podcast, but he's on a lot of podcasts like Daniel Davis and Redacted and lots of them. I cannot remember his damn name. I listen to him all the time on the various podcasts I listen to. And I find those two, retired colonel, lieutenant colonel, to be pretty good sources of military information, helping the peasants like me understand what's going on with the military. I used to like listening to Scott Ritter, but Scott Ritter he used to be a Trump supporter, not like, a Trumper, but he used to support Trump. And then he turned whenever Trump, I think it was whenever Trump kidnapped Maduro, is when he started like turning to where he didn't like Trump anymore. And I think he really turned whenever Trump attacked Iran. And now, you know, I don't mind him. Like, I say a lot of negative stuff about Trump. As long as it's like true, I don't mind hearing it. Like, I don't care. I just want to know what's going on. But Ritter is just gone really, really anti-Trump. And he's been saying stuff that's just kind of ridiculous. And I don't really like listening to him anymore because he sounds almost pro-Iranian on his stuff. And then there's an ex-CIA analyst, Larry Johnson, who is just worthless. Like, he has said some of the dumbest shit. Anytime I see him, I just don't even listen to the podcast. Like, I don't want to hear him say more nonsense. There were 2 rumors that he started spreading a couple of weeks ago. One was that one of his buddies told him that Trump tried to use the nuclear codes, and the Joint Chief Kane or whatever his name is, had to stop Trump from using the nuclear codes. That is so absurd. And there was some other rumor he started spreading that was also absurd. I can't remember what that second rumor was. But he's been spreading some crazy rumors. But what I'm hearing from all the military experts is that there's 0 chance we're going to have a ground invasion. The only 2 options that they think are feasible that might actually happen are that either Trump just claims victory and walks away, just saying that he won, and just pulls the troops out of the region, ends the blockade, and hopes that Iran reopens the Strait of Hormuz, or we go back to missile strikes. And the military experts that I've been listening to have said that the military would likely disobey orders if they were told to knock out Iran's power grid, because they're not legitimate military targets. And I forget who it was. It's one of those military people I listen to on podcasts. They said that the military has already disobeyed orders on targeting in this war. Like they've altered target packages to remove civilian targets that they were given. So I'm guessing that the target information is coming from Israel. So if Trump gives the order to knock out Iran's power grid, there's all kinds of potential things that could happen. We could have high-level military leaders refuse the order. If the order does actually go through, if we do follow through and knock out the power grid, then we could have the massive escalation that I talked about earlier that could potentially lead to nuclear. So Monday could be a very interesting day. I'm not sure that it would actually happen on Monday, though. Right at the beginning of the week, I mean, that's going to have the biggest impact on the financial markets. And I thought Trump was not going to base his decisions off of the financial markets, but he's been doing that the whole war. I was wrong about that. So starting attacks Monday would have the biggest impact on the financial markets. If you're going to start some massive attack like that, it's best to do it right when the markets close on Friday, and then it gives the entire weekend while the market's closed to go through the news cycle and everybody to calm down. Oh my goodness, man. Just beat you to death out here on this road. Being a truck driver in 100 years is probably going to be an amazing job. It's probably going to be just sitting in some type of auto driving vehicle, and the roads are all going to be super smooth. And all of the parking is going to be on some kind of app where you can see exactly where an open spot is at. So it's going to be easier to find parking, and trucks will automatically back in for you. And oh, it's probably going to be awesome. Trucks will probably be more comfortable to live in. Something that they might start requiring to help with vehicle automation is they might start requiring vehicles to have transponders in them. Just come over real close. I think for widespread vehicle automation, they're going to have to do a better job of painting the roads. Maybe put something in the roads that the sensors and cameras on the cars can pick up more easily. And then have transponders be a requirement in every vehicle. And that car is leaning really hard to the left. That SUV in front of me, the driver of that car must weigh like 600 pounds or more. Either that or their suspension's failed on the left. I weigh 300 pounds and my car doesn't lean like that. Oh my goodness. That reminds me. So, the first time I ever bought furniture was when I was around like 30 years old, 32. I think I was around 32 years old the first time I ever bought furniture. The first time I ever owned a bed. And the day that the furniture was delivered, before I'd even slept in, and oh my God, man, dude, these bridge connections are so rough. Before I'd ever slept in the bed, an acquaintance, I wouldn't call him a friend, just somebody I knew, invited himself over to my apartment. Somehow, we were talking and the topic came up and I mentioned that I was getting a furniture delivery and he invited himself over to come look at my furniture. And I thought that was kind of weird because it's just a couch. All right, what's this pickup doing? Is it changing lanes? Oh, my goodness, man. Just beat you to death here. Just driving slow with his signal on. Oh, sweet. He got onto Interstate 65. And pretty much all the cars behind me got onto Interstate 65. Come on, jackass, push the throttle. Right before we start up a hill, this guy pulls out in front of me doing 55 miles an hour. So he came over and he weighs about 600 pounds. And I show him, my couch. I show him the bed, and I show him my computer, and that's it. That's the whole tour. That's my 1-bedroom apartment. So at that point, I didn't really know what to do. I was like, okay, I guess I'll show you the video game that I'm playing on my computer. So I sat down at my computer in my bedroom, right next to the bed, and he sat on my bed, and it made a very loud cracking sound. He broke one of the wooden slats. Before I even had a chance to sleep in the bed, somebody invited themselves over and broke it. So for years, for several years, it's probably like 8 or 9 years, I just put stuff underneath that slat to hold it. And then I eventually ordered a new bed frame. $71 miles to go, 18 miles left on this 840. My goodness, man. Every one of these bridges is really rough on the connectors. I don't know why we can't make roads that last. The Romans made concrete structures that have lasted 1,000 years. We can't make roads that can last 10 years. Sorry, I'm watching my speed. I'm trying to coast on these downhills to save fuel, but I gotta be careful of getting up too fast. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Gotta figure out what I'm gonna eat. I haven't eaten anything except chips and chocolate peanut butter wafers since I left the house. So what am I gonna eat for real food? I think I'll go with just chicken nuggets. I need to check and see when the World Cup starts. I don't think the World Cup starts until June. But I need to double check and make sure it's not going on right now, because that'll give me something to watch this weekend. I'm not really big into sports ball, but I'm going to try to watch the World Cup. At least the USA games, and maybe some of the Germany games. Germany and the United States are my two teams. And I mentioned this before, but, I'm a fan of the United States because I live here. And I'm a fan of Germany because they don't flop like other teams. Well, most of their players don't flop like other teams. Brazil is probably one of the worst about flopping. And I cannot stand athletes faking fouls. And faking fouls in soccer, I wish we didn't call it soccer. I wish we called it football like the rest of the world. But, we call it soccer. because we already named a sport football that's not football. It's handball. But yeah, flopping has a huge impact on the outcome of the games because the referees in soccer are so bad and the players fake fouls and fake injuries so much so often. It ends up having an enormous impact on the game. If you're not cheating by faking fouls, you are at a huge disadvantage to other teams. And I love watching Germany kick the crap out of other teams playing fair. And they're all over there faking injuries and faking fouls and crap. Unmuffled engine brakes prohibited on an interstate downgrade. That's kind of ridiculous. I haven't actually encountered that lately. I used to constantly hear people with unmuffled engine brakes, and I haven't heard hardly any lately, which is good. I cannot stand assholes driving through the damn truck stop parking lot with their engine brakes on at like 10 miles an hour. Like that is in their unmuffled engine brakes. Like, what an asshole. Like, people are trying to sleep and they are just intentionally making noise because they think they're cool. Come on, truck, you can do it. S&J Logistics. A local driver hauling a FedEx trailer. He is causing a massive backup out here passing me because he's going like a tenth of a mile an hour faster. These damn aggressive drivers. I'm going to make him earn it. All right, I'm going to slow down because I know this stupid jackass is going to cut me off like he did. And as soon as he cut me off, he slowed down. I'm down to 60 miles an hour, almost speed matching this jackass. .8 miles until I get onto Interstate 24. How do you think this FedEx driver would react if I sped up past him and moved over 20 feet in front of him and speed matched him? He would probably lose his shit. But that's exactly what he did to me. .55 miles to go, 2.6 miles until I get onto I-24.
In 2 miles, take exit 53A, ride 24 east toward Chattanooga. In half a mile, take exit 53A, ride 24 east toward Chattanooga.
.40-mile-per-hour exit.
Take exit 53A.
This guy's backing down the shoulder. Got to jump like 3 lanes, 2 merge lanes, and then an exit-only lane. Just kind of love the way these roads are designed. 36 miles until I get to the 55. 36 and 51. So I've got 15 miles on State Road 55. Two for $5. Racetrack. So 2 slices of pizza for $5. So for a whole pizza, that would be, there's about, I don't know, 4 or 5 slices per side. We'll say 5. So there's 10 total slices, and they're paying 2 for $5. So that'd be, is that $22.50 or $2.50 or $25? I'm sorry, $25. I think it's $25. $25 for a pizza. It's a little bit outrageous. And that is their promotional price. That's if you buy 2 slices. If you only buy 1 slice, it's going to be more expensive. Oh, what? That's not good. When I came out on the other side of the bridge, I drifted a little over to the left, and then the ruts in the road grabbed my tires and started pulling me even further to the left. All right, I think I need to get over to the left. I see a bunch of exit signs, exit only signs. And just when I'm getting up on these exit only signs, I got 4-wheelers surrounding me where I can't get over. I'm going to have to put on my signal. Oh, that 4-wheeler slowed down. Now that one is not slowing down. It's trying to block me from moving over, but I moved over anyway. This jackass in the van flying by me right now. Tried to block me from getting over. Man, I wish Tennessee was better at connecting roads to bridges. Like every damn one of these bridges is rough on, rough off. Joe B. Jackson Parkway. Who in the hell is Joe Jackson? Is that the baseball player who hit like 3 home runs in a World Series? Or am I thinking of somebody else? Wow, somebody that actually moved over at a safe distance. I don't think they were intending to do that. I think that they were just planning on passing those vehicles, but they had cars flying up on them, so they decided to move over at the last second. All right, let's check and see what 5.8 miles per gallon. We've actually increased our miles per gallon with all the coasting that we've been doing. once I deliver the load, I think I'll send an email to the agent asking if there's any info on my next load where I'm picking it up at. And I have to send a text message to Caitlin, the TSD rep, tell her what empty I'm picking up. And then I have to send a picture of the proof of delivery to Natalie with the agent, Landstar Agency. And then I have to transflow the documents to get paid. This is one of the annoying things about dealing with multiple people on a load. I got like 3 people that want to know, they want status updates on everything. And then I have all my normal stuff that I have to do on top of that. The transflow of the documents. Everything else I'm doing is just extra crap. And they've got to be tracking me on the app because Natalie with the agency, as soon as I was like at the shipper, or not at the shipper, but at the receiver, she started emailing and texting me asking to send a picture of the proof of delivery to her. I have a really bad feeling that they're going to send me to Virginia to pick up the next load. I do not want to be running up and down the damn East Coast over here. But I have a feeling that's what they're going to do. They're just going to have me running over here on the East Coast. And got somebody on the shoulder up at the top of the hill. Looks like they just pulled over onto the shoulder. And I don't want to move out of this lane going up a hill. And they're pretty far off the shoulder. I'm dropping quite a bit of speed. Down to 55. This is a very pretty area. These hills, thick forest. A lot of dense vegetation around here. I really like hills and mountains, and I live in Oklahoma City, just flat, completely flat land. And I'm thinking about moving to Florida, which is also flat land. Favorite place I've ever lived was Reno, Nevada. I regret moving out of there. But I don't want to move back there because it's so expensive to live there. It's one of the reasons I moved out was housing prices and rental prices during the housing boom just went ballistic in Reno, Nevada, because you had a lot of people from California that were selling homes and moving to Reno, Nevada. Guys over here. Over here asking for a honk. I don't want to honk because it can confuse other people wondering why I'm honking. But he was really excited to get a honk. But yeah, you had people that were selling just tiny little homes, tiny crappy houses in California for like $800,000, $1 million. And then they were moving to Reno and buying like 4,000 square foot houses for 300 grand. No, did I say 400,000? 4,000 square feet. I was thinking of 400,000 as a price. 4,000 square feet houses for like $300,000. So we had a lot of people from California coming into the Reno housing market and bidding the prices up absurdly high on houses. And it wasn't just houses, it was also apartment complexes. The apartment complex I was living in, I lived in it for like 2 years, and it changed ownership like 3 times over the 2 years I lived there. And the price of the apartment went from $450 a month to $950 a month in 2 years. But yeah, it just got too expensive to live there. To give you an idea of how like expensive the house prices shot up, there was an apartment building. I worked at the airport for a lot of the time that I lived there, and there was an apartment building right next to the airport that was known as one of the worst neighborhoods in town. And the apartments were really cheap, and they were always for sale. You could buy an apartment there for like $20,000. Those were the prices at the beginning of the housing boom. The prices had already gone up at $20,000. I'm not sure what they were, before the housing boom started, but they'd already gone up at the beginning of the housing boom. They were like 20 grand for the cheapest apartments in the building. And by the time I left Reno in like mid 2000s, around June of 2006 when I left, those apartments were up to like $70,000 or $80,000. I don't know how many times they had been sold and relisted, people just flipping stuff. Because you had a lot of people that just came in, they would buy stuff, renovate it, resell it. Sometimes they wouldn't even bother renovating it. There were a lot of people that are just buying stuff and then relisting them at higher prices. So between all the resellers and then the people coming over from California, the prices of housing just shot up dramatically in Reno. I got somebody on the shoulder. I'm not going to move over. It's too much traffic. It's just bumper to bumper. I've got people flying past me in the left lane. Everett, hauling pods. .3 miles until I get off the interstate. Then I've got a 15-mile drive on State Road 55. And then we're there. And then I get to do the drop and hook and then
2 miles, take exit 111.
Find a place to park while I wait for my next load. I wish they could tell me where in the hell my next load is so I could just go in that direction. I'm going to be a little ticked off if it's in Virginia. But I'll do it. Anything further north than Virginia, and I'm just going to tell them no. I'm not going into the deep Northeast. But he did mention Virginia. Whenever, we were talking about the account, he mentioned that Virginia was one of the places I would go.
Half a mile, take exit 111B for Tennessee 55 East toward McMinnville.
All right, it's a 25 mile per hour exits, so we're going to have to slow way down out here on the interstate.
Exit 111B.
Alright. We're down to like 18 miles an hour because I think we're a little top heavy. Oh wow, no left turn here. Oh, they have that other exit that goes the other direction. Just couldn't be bothered to move over for me, huh? He was sitting there with like a plate of food in his left hand. Driving down the road, eating a plate of food in his left hand. He was like grabbing stuff with his right hand. He was taking his hand off the wheel, grabbed something, put it in his mouth, and then I think he had part of his left hand that was holding the plate was also holding the wheel. And it actually didn't look like a plate. It looked like a wrapper of something full of food. Now just cut me off, slam on your brakes for a turn. That's what I would do. All right, no more stoplights, please. 14 miles until I make a left on Old Well Road. What in the world are these big concrete pillars? Did the interstate used to go through here or something? Or is there a big bridge here? Now hiring drivers will train. Coffee County schools, bus drivers. That is not a job I think I ever want to do. I can't really stand interacting with people in general, but kids are just like worse people. I really hate interacting with kids. And given how much of a nightmare I was when I rode the school bus as a kid, oh my goodness. I was the troublemaker that was in the principal's office pretty much every day. You know, spitting spit wads on the bus, making noise, just being a nuisance. And the bus driver we had was the worst bus driver at the school. She was terrible. Every time I go in the principal's office, the principal would tell me, he'd be like, you know, Miss Carter is struggling to drive the bus. You know how much trouble she has, and you are distracting her. There's a whole bunch of deer over on the left. Like 8 or 9 of them. Just sitting over there grazing in the field. And school bus drivers, like teachers in general, just school employees don't make very much money, but bus drivers, I heard that they make even less than the teachers. Every bus driver that we had at our school had multiple jobs. Like Miss Carter, my bus driver, she also worked at the florist in town as a delivery driver for the florist. And one of the bus drivers was also the janitor. I think we had a teacher or two that were also bus drivers. I think one of the coaches was also a teacher and a bus driver. And I wish these cars in front of me would turn. They've been driving under the speed limit the entire time I've been behind them, and their speed is fluctuating. And I don't know if this guy has a passenger he's talking to, or if he's just rubbernecking everything that we're driving past. But he is just looking really hard to the right. Alright, I can't take it anymore. I'm going around him. Now he's sped up. Oh, great. Now the speed limit's dropping down to 45. I should be looking to see if there's any place to park. I haven't seen anything. I doubt there's going to be anything on this road. The rubbernecker is speed matching me, just sitting over on my right. He's been driving below the speed limit this whole time until I got out here and tried to pass him. And also, this car in front of me has sped up. Both of these vehicles that I was sitting behind have both sped up. Now they're both speeding. This is the reason I didn't try and get out and pass this jackass earlier, is I knew he'd pull this shit and just hang me out here in the left lane. But I got tired of him just sitting there bouncing between 50 and 54. I'm doing almost 60 miles an hour trying to get past him, and he just keeps speeding up with me. And when I slow down, he slows down with me. Oh, he just slowed way down. He might have a turn coming up. Now I have enough room to get over. No, he didn't turn there. He might have been rubbernecking so hard that he dropped speed. The car in front of me slowed way down again. I don't want to get out to pass her because she sped up a lot when I get out in that left lane. So she's going to do it again if I get out there. As long as I stay behind her, she's going to go slow. There are people who just like driving near other people, and they'll just speed match you. Uh-oh. All right, they just slowed way down. But give you an example of people that you just can't get rid of. I was driving on some highway across, I want to say Iowa. I'm pretty sure it was a load that I was taking to Dubuque or something. It was that John Deere load that I picked up in like Seattle and took it to like Dubuque, Iowa, or something like that. I can't remember the name of it. And I was driving in the middle of the night. There was no one on the road. Like, this was some highway, like 2 a.m., nobody on the road. And there was a four-wheeler that was going really slow in front of me. That whenever I caught up with it, it just started speed matching me. And I got tired of it being in front of me, so I sped up and went around it. And then it started speed matching me behind me. And after like 30 minutes of it just sitting on my ass, I got tired of it and I slowed down to try to get it to go around me. And it slowed down with me. So I kept slowing down. And then I sped up. So I tried like going faster and I tried going slower, and it didn't matter which speed that I went, the car would just speed match me. And it finally got to the point where I just stopped in the road. The car stopped in the road with me. And after sitting there for about 30 seconds, the car finally went around me and left. I do not understand why people do that, why they feel a need to just drive next to other vehicles. I don't know if it's like a subconscious thing where they're just distracted, they're not paying attention, and they just are like doing it subconsciously, or if there's like some reason that they do it, like they're choosing to do it. Maybe they can't see very well and they're just following my taillights. I have no idea. I don't see anybody trying to cross, so hopefully it'll stay green. We're past the point of no return right now. I've got 1.3 miles until my left turn. Right there is a truck stop. Sweet. This is awesome. I'm not going to have to drive very far. So after I deliver the load, I'm going to drive right back over here. It's only 2 miles away. Little mom and pop truck stop with plenty of open spots. That's awesome.
At the next light, turn left.
Looks like another truck stop right here. Another little mom and pop truck stop at this light. Maybe not. I saw a truck bobtail parked over there, but it looks like
At the light, turn left onto Old Well Road.
looks like they don't have any truck parking spots. They just got a couple of people squeezed in there. They got a truck with trailer parked along the curb, and then a bobtail parked in car parking.
In half a mile, turn right onto Bridgestone Drive.
All right, I think that this turn right here is the entrance. Bridgestone Warren Plant truck entrance, 500 feet.
Turn right onto Bridgestone Drive. Then you will arrive at your destination.
Yeah, bro. Couldn't you made some slightly wider lanes? Cheap bastards. Give us a full road to drive through here on.
You have arrived.
I'm going to shut the truck off when I get up here so they can explain to me where in the hell I go. I'm going to have to tell them I'm new because I think most of the drivers that they deal with that haul these trailers are like company drivers or dedicated drivers, that's all they do. So most of the drivers they deal with that haul these trailers know where they're going, what they're doing. And they've got a sign up there that says, please turn off your engine and set your parking brake. All right, here we go. All right, I'll be back in a minute. All right, we're rolling. He gave me directions where to go check in at. And the map, he gave me a map, but he said that there's a new road that's not on the map. So he said that there's actually two roads. He said, don't take the dirt road. Put my seatbelt back on so it doesn't scream at me. Because once I get over 10 miles an hour, it starts throwing alarms if I don't have my seatbelt on. Alright, gotta be careful here. This is a pretty narrow road with a sharp turn. Ugh. They had to add some more road right there in the turn for the trucks. Alright, this, not the dirt road, this is the right directly to the right of me. I wonder if he's actually had people pull onto that. This is the road. He told me just find a spot to park. I'm going to park right here. And I have to go all the way to the end of the building, I'm pretty sure. So I'm going to pause this while I go check in. Be back in a minute. All right, I had to go in twice because I've left my little binder, my paperwork protector in there. I set it down while I was waiting on him. Forgot to pick it back up. All right, so he gave me directions for where to drop the trailer. And we're just going, gonna take a left and then a right and another right. And it's down at the end of those buildings and straight in front of us. So the buildings straight in front of us, it's to the right of them. And he said that I would see the trailers when I got down there and that there should be an empty. He said that they've unloaded 4 today, so there should be an empty down there. And just grab whichever one and then go out, back out the gate that I came in. All right, let's hang over here to the left side so we can make this right turn. He said that it looks like a guard shack, but there's nobody in it. And then we turn right here. And keep an eye on this guy in the car, make sure he doesn't pull out. And I see somebody walking around over to my left. All right, here's the end of the pavement. Let's get ready for the drop. There it is. Ugh. Alrighty. Hopefully we can easily find a spot to put the trailer. Looks like I can put it at the end of the row here. Yeah, I'm just going to put it at the end of the row. This place is pretty much full. You know what? I'm not sure if I should put it at the end of the row. I'm going to put it in the middle. There are some spots in the middle. And if I put it at the end of that row, I'm not sure if they want trailers there. It'll make it quite a bit tighter to get in and out if I put it there at the end of the row. So I'll just put it in the middle. There's a spot right there, but there's several spots in the middle. Now I should be able to pull through. Nah, I'm at a bit of an angle, so let's pull up here and back up a little bit, straighten it out. And I am not seeing any TSD trailers here. I'm seeing a lot of volume, so all the ones they've unloaded might be volume. I don't know, we'll worry about that once I get this thing parked. I think I need to pull up a little bit. Got to make sure I get the legs on the concrete. There's a strip of concrete in this dirt. All right, we're on the concrete, so I'm going to pause this while I drop the trailer. Be back in a minute.